Alrighty. Welcome in, everybody. Oh, why is it not capturing? Why is it not capturing? Oh, there we are. That took forever. Welcome in, everybody. We are playing Snowrunner today, and it's because my brain is sleepy and kind of mush, and that wouldn't be great for Baldur's Gate 3. So, yeah, we're gonna go Chivo hunting and Snowrunner. Good evening, Orange. Welcome in. I was under the impression you were going to be starting at 5. I didn't think you'd be in here. 5 your time, that is. What's for dinner then? And did you make enough for me? Wow. Wow. You didn't make enough for me. I also have to check something real quick. Okay, we're good. You didn't make enough for me. That's just rude. To come in here and not bring enough for the whole class. Shaking my head. Shaking my darn head. Oh, oh. Shaking my darn head, my head. I don't know if you noticed or if they actually gave you a tutorial for this. It's been too long for me to remember, frankly. But in Mountain River, this service hub does actually repair you whenever you drive into it, and it refills your repair boxes. I don't know if the game actually made sure to inform you. I think even I didn't actually learn of that in the base game. I'm pretty sure it was a DLC that taught me that. Like Yukon or something, I don't quite recall. Yeah, I couldn't remember when I came back whether it did it at every service hub or just specific ones. And sometimes I just don't notice. I mean, I don't tend to, like, ever be in danger damage-wise, so I don't pay much attention to the damage meters. Except with the Tatterin. For some reason, the Tatterin rarely takes damage, but when it does, it takes like 100 damage at least to whatever part. This is the right way, right? Yes. There's no highway transmission for the Zix, unfortunately. So, can't go really any faster than this, I don't think. I mean, I haven't tested the other transmissions to see if any of them are a little better in regards to pure speed, but I doubt it would be much of a difference. Wait, this is not the sawmill. I'm a dumb. I'm good at controlling my speed on ice. Like, I generally, unless I ought to, I generally won't floor it on ice to begin with, so I'm not hugely concerned with that. I think, just like, all in all, since I wasn't ever trying to 100% it before and I was playing in other people's worlds, I played a lot more on the mud maps. I actually did not play a ton in the snow maps, other than when I came to get all the upgrades and all the trucks, which took a freaking long time, by the way. I mean, maybe not long by the standards of how many hours you've already put into the game just doing this, trying to get all the Chivos, but still. For as simple a task as getting all the trucks and upgrades is, it does take a while. Even if you're going as fast as possible. I have to get over to Pedro Bay. Not for the mission that's selected. I'm not doing contracts yet. I want to rebuild the roads and the bridges and stuff before I hit up the contracts. Also, part of me doing this stream was to get an excuse to force myself to play more hours. There's already some fuel trailers out there. At most, I'm going to end up just moving a couple of them, but I think I'm pretty much set in Pedro Bay. I'm not going to need to bring anything extra. Other than a crane, push comes to shove, which I prefer to avoid. Well, actually, I think I am going to need a crane at some point, just for a couple of the missions, but... Yeah, that really is slippery on ice. I think you can get modded add-ons for your trucks through the mod browser. That won't cause any problems with like anti-cheat or anything. I haven't looked. I don't like to go to it because most anything you find in the mod browser is OP. Like, there are cool things there, but players, whenever they make additions to a game, they always feel like they have to make them better than anything else that's in the game. Like, there is a HemTT mod, but it's so OP, it's not fun to use, even slightly. Maybe if you just kept it slightly unupgraded, it would still be fun to use. I don't know. Yep. Texan goes driving on ice. You won't believe what happened next. Heck yeah! Welcome in, Searings. How are you doing? Hell yeah, brother! Oh, I should actually look at the screen when I'm driving. The great thing about the horns in this game is if you honk your horn next to a fence, it'll actually knock over the fence. And anytime you do it, you should be able to see it right here. Oh, nope. Oh, there we are. Yep, birds start flying out of the nearby trees. Every time you do it. You can actually, If you're playing with somebody with a lower end PC, if you start spam honking your truck, you can absolutely lag their game. You know, Syrinx, my entire state of Texas has only one NHL team, despite the fact that we are the second largest state, both in terms of size and population. Yes, that's true, Orange. Sometimes your truck also just explodes when you drive by something. The physics in this game are wonky. I don't know if they can truly be considered Slav jank anymore. I don't know if the actual development team is still headquartered in that area. But at least Spin Tires was Slav jank. Oh. Had I already grabbed those? Oh no, I'm gonna have to remember to grab those. In fact, I might do that real quick. I'm curious what a Houston team would be like. I'm kind of doubtful. It would be great. I feel like somewhere like Austin or San Antonio would probably offer a better team for hockey. Yeah, Orange, I think some of the physics are proximity based. So like you get close enough to something and then suddenly the physics apply and it just like tries to put a whole bunch of calculations on it all at once. And it just freaks out when you do that. Does not like it one bit. I'm gonna go grab those other missions before I forget which ones I'm missing. I'm also gonna make sure the engine is off on my Zix. It is, okay. I don't follow many sports, although funny enough, the only sport the only sports where I kind of started, like I got training in them, but I never did actually do anything with it, where one, I learned MMA, some basic MMA skills for a while, but honestly the only reason I stopped that was because it's expensive. And the other one was hockey. When I was about 8 years old, I went to hockey practice a bunch and got trained up to do hockey. I don't think they had any teams in my town for anybody that young, but I probably wouldn't have gone. I ended up quitting that, so. Besides, I'm pigeon-toed, and it actually makes skating even harder. Yes, it was quite expensive at the time. Maybe nowadays I could afford it, but honestly, my sleep schedule is so screwed right now. I'm not sure if I want to try that. That's the thing, Searings. They just taught me how to skate and how to play hockey in general. I never even got into an actual team. So, I know how to skate. I knew how to hit a puck. I've pretty much forgotten at this point. And that was it. Lamika, this is the Tuz 420 Tatran. It's just an old Soviet armored vehicle being repurposed for my scouting uses. Yeah. The thing is, I tried out both Muay Thai and Krav Maga for above ground stuff, and I liked them both. I liked Krav Maga a little more, but I think if I went back, I'd probably go back to Muay Thai. But the thing was, I was good at those. I was terrible at Jiu-Jitsu, but I loved it. I like Jiu-Jitsu, and I would love to go back to it. Although, funny enough, one of my first and only Jiu-Jitsu classes, because I kept missing them. It might be, Lamiko, because some of these things, they are not licensed, so they use fake names. But it might just be something tangentially related, because these kinds of APCs get made by a lot of different companies in a lot of different countries, because this is like the most basic type of APC you could have. But yeah, one of the first jiu-jitsu classes I went to, dude freaking snapped his forearm in two. It was like, it looked like a wet noodle, basically. It was disgusting. Do I want to try to cross there? Probably not in the Tatterin. We'll just take the long way around. It doesn't kill me. Yeah, he got thrown, and he tried to catch himself by putting an arm underneath him. Yeah, and I mean, I guess it is also fair to say that a lot of the stuff other countries make are just blatantly repurposed Soviet tech. But, yeah. I haven't taken the time to see what all of the trucks are based off of in this game. Like, I only just recently learned the trucks called the Dairy Longhorns in this game are based off of Oshkosh trucks. I kind of thought there weren't any Oshkosh trucks in the game, but I was wrong. There are a few licensed ones, like there's a number of Chevys in game, and there's a few Fords as well. There's a 1980s model Ford F-750 in this game. It's actually not one of the... It's a decent Scout. It's not nearly as good as what I'm using, but it's not too bad. Yes. Although that's what's crazy about Ace Combat, is when you start up Ace Combat, you will see all of these military... you will see all of these licensing contracts from all the big military companies. Like, we're talking, it'll be listing, like, Daewoo, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, everything on the Ace Combat startup menu. I have to wonder how much they pay for each Ace Combat game to get that. Oh, I should have made a turn earlier. I should really mark my route more, but I don't. Lock Sneed Martin. Locksneed Fartin. Or the Irish pub, Lockmead Martin. That's pretty much how I play Searings. Like, it would absolutely benefit me to mark out my route. And I have over 300 hours in this game, and I still don't mark my route. I on occasion will mark where a turn is, so I don't have to keep checking the map. One nice little detail is you can get fog lights as accessories, and they absolutely do make your light brighter. Boing. I think that's more the modern Boeing Searings, considering all the reports I've been hearing. You know, not Boeing, but my dad used to work for Westinghouse under Northrop Grumman. But that was when I was insanely young because, well, Westinghouse went under in the year 2000. Is this one of the ones I do not have? It is. I will take that. Thank you. All right, thank you for stopping by, Searings. Hope you have a good work day. You know, all considered, I remember Orange and I were talking about this. I don't know if they actually have any licensed Russian trucks in the game, despite the fact that there are a number of Russian trucks in the game. We found one that was Czech, but I don't know of any actual Russian trucks that are licensed in this game. And then pull down. Do I have pull down? I should. Yes, okay. Then the only one I need is this lost car delivery. And then I can start actually finishing the missions here. Get a refuel. I'll need to make sure before I use this again that I find... Where's the nearest fuel trailer? That is not a fuel trailer up there. There is a trailer store, which would be good enough. Fuel carrier semi-trailer. I don't think there's actually a good fuel trailer for a high saddle. I think the best ones are for low saddles. Which is interesting. And also would mean I'd have to use an off-road truck or like a heavy-duty truck rather than any of the heavy trucks. As far as I could tell, there are no heavy trucks in the game that can use low saddles. Which, you know, makes sense since they're freaking gigantic, but just inconvenient because they all have the most torque. Ah, there's that pole that is down. Oh my gosh. I did not expect that much damage from hitting that. Goodness gracious. It's one of the repair missions. There's this one pole down on the ground, so I started to drive around it. My wheel just tapped it, and it completely destroyed that wheel and did like 200 damage to my transmission. So that was something. That's what I'm talking about with the Tatooine. There's like a giant threshold to damage it at all, but when you do damage it, it's going to take a ton of damage. Oh, I already had this. I thought it didn't. Oh, I see now. When it was saying lost car delivery, it was saying that's where I deliver the car from that one mission to. I see. Well, that can just sit there. Let's get the wood here where it belongs. That is Morrison's landslide. Yes. The Zix not liking the ice again. Soviet vehicles tended to have a lot of problems. Although I should say, for the applications of this game, which are almost exclusively non-military, there may be a couple military contracts in the game. It's not really a problem. You're never going to be in those kinds of emergency situations. Although you will be flipping it. I guess that's an emergency. There we go. There's that done. What do I need for the next one? Okay, which one should I go? Dangerous route. Ooh, yes, I want to do that one next. So I need a bunch of wood planks. Let's go to the trailer store. We will get just a little trailer. I don't know. Oh, there are wooden planks here. Dope. Okay. So I'm going to go to the trailer store. I'm going to get a little bitty trailer. And I will drag it over there. These repair missions are always really easy, which is nice, especially because it's pretty critical that you get them done right away. I could kind of use that not being right in the middle of the trailer. Well, actually, no, this trailer store's big. That's not a problem. I'll leave that there, although I don't have anything over here now with a low saddle, so it's not like I could take that trailer. And let's see, where is it? There we are. Let's do a flatbed trailer. I imagine before stream is done, we will get quite a bit of use out of the Kenworth, but just not quite just yet. Oh, that was a rock. For some reason, Reddit is having a really hard time figuring out whether the Kenworth is any good, even though it's just blatantly obvious that it is a great truck. We need to go get the wood first, so ignore the bridges. Still hate how they leave those barricades up, even once you've actually fixed the problem. It wouldn't be a problem if they had like other driving games physics, where I'm not at risk of that freaking exploding my truck when I drive over it. It doesn't, yeah, and it doesn't make sense. They already have set up the game to remove whatever's blocking the road, so why did they not remove the actual freaking warning blocks there? Like, why are they leaving them? They're a hazard. I'm supposed to be able to drive safely through that when I've repaired it. Gives me conniptions. Where should I turn to go to that? Okay, it's gonna be the next left. Okay. I'll have to make sure to watch my fuel just because neither of these trailers are really located towards the middle of the map, so I need to be pretty intentional about refueling. Now, which way... Okay, it would definitely be quicker to go back the way I came from. So I'm just going to do that. The only thing I like about these articulated trailers is I have noticed they seem to get stuck a lot less often than any of the kind of trailers you'd use a saddle for. But at the same time, trying to back up with them is suffering, as well as the fact that these ones in particular have a tendency to lose their cargo a lot easier. This flatbed one helps, but just not. Let's keep going. Well, I don't know which way would be quicker, but I could have turned there. Maybe I should just start marking my routes a little bit. Society if we had chained mud tires in this game. Here we go. Although being able to drift around corners like that's kind of nice. Still utterly sad that they don't have the physics in place for tracked vehicles in this game. That would be pretty dope. If we ever get a Snowrunner sequel, we need that. I don't even care if the uses are limited. I want it. Just make it like scout vehicles or something. Put it in Snowrunner, put it in Mudrunner expeditions. I'm surprised you don't already have it in the Bandit. Is it just that you haven't driven the Bandit in a while? There we go. Oh, you switched them out? Oh, you mentioned, yes, you mentioned that, yeah. I kind of forgot about it because I never used the highway with the diff lock, that it's nice to be able to have the L+. I also don't tend to use any trucks that don't have always-on diff lock. Not to say I have a problem with them, it's just all my favorite trucks happen to have always-on diff lock. Now let's see what's next. I think pull down might be the best next one. And then I think I can start working on the contracts, because I believe that's the only other blockage for me. Yeah, it is. Okay. Just need 2 wooden planks, then I can get rid of this trailer. What's funny is I do believe, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but don't trucks like this in the Bandit usually have even more gears than that IRL? Although it is kind of pointless in this game where your super fast cars will go like 40 miles an hour tops, even though their real life counterparts go way faster than that. Okay, we'll get those wooden planks and head back. I don't think it would be faster to use this bridge, because unless I want to... Oh, no, wait, no, I didn't see that path at first. It would absolutely be faster to use this bridge. Ah. Yeah. See, I've never really gotten to drive anything with a proper low or high gear, or 4-wheel drive, or... I really haven't gotten to drive many things, honestly. I don't even know how to drive stick. Yeah, I don't know much about semis. I did notice while playing American Truck Simulator, I don't know how accurate this is, it seems to skip gears. Because a lot of the trucks in that are like, they have like 16, 18 gears, but often when you're shifting, you'll shift from like 1 to 2 to 4 to 7 to 11, stuff like that. You don't go straight from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 all the way up to 18. But as should always be mentioned, the French Leclerc tank has only 1 gear forwards, if I remember correctly, and 14 in reverse. Yes. A tank designed entirely around retreating. I do not know the actual reason for that, but I do believe it is true that that is 14 in reverse. I think I remember hearing though that the Leclerc tanks are overly pricey for what they actually offer in terms of performance. I don't even know if they've actually been used in combat. They might have, but I don't know. Probably not against anything that really, truly warrants a main battle tank. Although that can be said of the majority of tanks these days. Even the Abrams. Although the Abrams might have gotten used in the 90s against other tanks, albeit not very modern tanks. Oh yeah, I really need to stop by one of the fuel trailers before I do anything else. I may bring a Kenworth over here with a high saddle. Because I'm suspecting I may need some of the really big trailers, but we'll see. If I have a ramped platform trailer with this thing, I can have a full 6 units of cargo, which is not too shabby. Alright. Considering your now delayed start time, I imagine I'll be pretty safe to raid you when I'm done. So I'll pop that in and I'll probably head to bed when I come in. Hope you have a good stream. There we go. Pole is out of the way. Now. Yeah, there's a fuel trailer right there. Let's see. So I've got a few missions here. I want the pipeline repair. That's Blackbird. Okay. Metal beams. I can get 2 metal beams quite easily. But does anything here... no, not properly, because there's that gooseneck trailer, but that requires a low saddle, and I don't have means of changing out my add-on on the Zix over here. So, where in Mountain River would I have to go to get metal beams? Not very far, so I'm not going to bring another truck just to get the metal beams. I'm just going to take the Zix over to Mountain River. Is there also a trailer store right there? Yes, there is. I don't even need to bother getting a trailer on the way. And considering my current fuel reserves, I should be able to just refuel in Mountain River. So I'm going to do that. Oh, no, not this way. Yeah, not this way. You want to turn left first. Okay. A 101 gallons of fuel in that tank. I don't even want to think about filling this sucker up with diesel. Wonder what gas prices look like in Alaska. I wonder if the fact that a big part of our oil industry is in Alaska would help. In fact, that's the focus of this map, is all this like pipeline repairs and drilling repairs and stuff like that. Now, one thing is, I want to get all of the Resident Evil DLC episodes in one stream, which will probably take a bit longer than my usual Sunday allotment. So I'm considering saving that for another day and starting my next Sunday stream, which is going to be the Retro FPS HROT. But I'm not sure yet. It all depends. It all depends on a few factors. So I can't guarantee what that's going to be. Next Thursday will be Baldur's Gate 3 again. I do want to continue that. It's a bit hard to be super motivated about it because I did originally play through Act 1, so I'm kind of just rehashing things right now, only just after having done it already before. I am going the wrong way. Oh my gosh. Which, you know, it's a little frustrating, but I didn't want to try to continue off from my main save, one, because all of that was off stream, so nobody even saw it, and two, just because it'd been so long and there'd been so many updates, I kind of wanted my brain refreshed on all of it. But I feel like those streams will go a lot smoother once I get back into Act 2 and get past where I was, which I wasn't very far into Act 2, so that won't take long once I reach that point. And I am ramming through the Act 1 content a lot quicker, just because I know where all the highlights are. I've still got quite a bit to do in Act 1 before I reach that point, because Baldur's Gate 3 is a rather long game. But the thing is it's a rather long game, but it's packed with content. Good content, not like the way Ubisoft packs a game with content, where it's all just grind fests and repetitive nonsense and microtransactions. And a really bad UI. It's funny, too, because I think it was specifically some Ubisoft devs that were making fun of From Software for Elden Ring's UI. Which Elden Ring's UI was kind of great because it was so minimalist. It wasn't invading your senses at all times. And it made it good for screenshots when you consider the fact that they don't have a photo mode, although they should have had a photo mode. Because like the Dark Souls games didn't have... Oh gosh. The Dark Souls games didn't have something like a photo mode, and you weren't able to pause them strictly because you were truly always online, because invasions were a thing in single player. But in Elden Ring, there's only invasions in co-op, so they absolutely could have a normal pause for you. Although it should be said, if you open up the tutorial menu, it does actually pause the game in Elden Ring. But it's a little bit of a process and won't necessarily save your life when you're when your wife, your mother, your brother, sister, whatever calls you down for dinner. But Elden Ring could have, one, had a normal pause menu. There was no reason not to. And two, it could have had a photo mode, because you absolutely could have paused the game. Would have been no problem with that. But I guess they were so used to making it like the Dark Souls games that truly were an always online experience that just kind of crossed their minds. And they're probably not going to think about it in any future updates. It should be said as well, there has been an interesting development that may mean news about Road to the Erd Tree soon. People were whipping them up into a storm to say it was going to be today, although that was only because Thursdays are often the scheduled tweets for the Elden Ring Twitter account, which the scheduled tweets are about regular old stuff just to do with the game, just to do with random facts about the game. That's not how they work with announcements. Announcements are just whenever they think is best. But in the Steam DB listings, there has been a listing for unnamed DLC for Elden Ring just added recently. And similarly, in the game's files, there are now references to some unknown DLC. So this may be a sign they're going to announce it soon. And apparently it is not uncommon. I can't remember the timeline on these things because the last From Software game I played, actually the only From Software game I've played that had DLC come out after I started playing it, was Dark Souls 3. That was, I think the first DLC came out in 2017, so it's actually been a number of years. I don't remember the timeline on any of these things, but apparently it's common for them to announce it right before they release a DLC, like a month or two before they do it. So we'll see. Which, it would make some sense, because if they announced it, say, within the next few days, they would still have a month before the 2-year anniversary of Elden Ring. Which would be a pretty sensible time to release the DLC. But at the same time, that would still give them a pretty short release window. And I kind of suspect, because Elden Ring is on such a much larger scale than Dark Souls, the DLC will probably also be on a much larger scale than Dark Souls DLC. And things like the Ringed City were already pretty big. So already it's been longer than they usually wait to release a DLC, and it may be that when they announce it, it's going to be longer before they actually release it. So I'm not gonna massively get my hopes up about that. I would like to see the DLC relatively soon. Whether or not the DLC does come out on the 25th, I am going to finish my current playthrough on stream of Elden Ring, because those DLC are usually designed to be played after you have finished the main game, but of course they change as well with New Game Plus, and my main save is on New Game Plus 3, and I want to kind of experience it how it's supposed to be experienced to begin with. So I made a new save. Good night, Lamika. Thank you for coming by. Hope you have a good sleep. I'm hoping to experience it kind of as it's intended first. Once I beat it with that save, though, I'm going to completely abandon that save and go back to my NG plus 3 save. But I want to play it through pure one time before I give up on it. Or not give up on it, before I swap over and use my more OP save. And it won't be my new save is actually pretty far through the game. I was cleaning up some stuff before I head into the mountaintop of the giants. I can't remember what all I've done, but I don't believe I had much left before I head into the mountaintop of the giants. I know my current plan is when I reach Melania, I'm actually going to I'm going to beat Melania and then finish the rest of the game from that point in one stream. Which is actually what I did originally. Before I was a VTuber, before I was called Eccentric Bluebird, I did a little bit of very casual streaming, and I played the entirety of Elden Ring on stream. And my last stream was of me beating Melania and then the entire rest of the game. And that was my first playthrough, and it only took 6 hours to do all of that. So it probably will take around that same amount of time, if not less, this time. Now let's refuel. Let's get those trunk repair supplies up. There we go. think there's any service hubs in Pedro Bay, which is only mildly annoying, but still, a bit annoying. Ice being ice. That's how it is. I just noticed why it stopped struggling right here. The ice ends, well, it sort of ends right around there. But also it levels out, which makes it a little easier to drive on the ice. Getting this pipeline repaired will be nice, too. The pipeline repairs are one of the more annoying repairs you have to do. Oh. They require a bit more materials, and they're usually harder to access. And the pipelines themselves often get in the way of some of those critical areas in a map, which is very frustrating. Let's stop right here. And we will... Okay. I'm assuming... Oh, no, wait, that part of the pipeline is repaired. It's only this part that's broken. Okay. Oh, then we're gonna keep... Yeah, we just kind of keep following it straight until we get to the pipeline. There's not gonna be any turns we're gonna take. Well, let's get this bread. I'm hoping I get pretty good sleep tonight. Probably gonna go to bed early. Tomorrow should be a fairly easy day at work, all things considered. My boss isn't gonna be there, and because there's not really much I can do on my own as an apprentice, it's not likely they're gonna call upon me for anything, and if they do, it probably won't be that bad anyways. I mean, the worst thing they had me do on my own pretty much was just fix a run of pipe they had, which actually, it turns out it didn't really need to be fixed. Some electricians had already come through and simply added on another run of pipe that was a lot cleaner, and all I really needed to do was replace some of the plates on those junction boxes and remove the old run of pipe, which was pretty easy. Honestly, the hardest part of it was finding new plates. Hey, welcome in, Pork Roll Terrier. How you doing? We are having a EP stream, because I've been very sleepy today, and I'm not entirely sure why. Yes, Electrician Adventures. You came in on like one of the most boring electrician adventures I could give, because I have much more interesting stories than that usually involve danger to my person. That was you yesterday? Do you mean when I came into your chat and was talking about my adventures, or are you talking about you did something adventurous? Yeah. Oh, yeah, but the thing is, if you're talking about at your house, the breaker box exploding, that's just going to be a 120 volt. One of the first weeks I worked with my current boss at this college campus we're contracted to, he blew up a 277 switchgear, or transfer switch, a 277 volt transfer switch. Oh, that was fun. Suffice to say, I had to stay a couple extra hours at work. What's funny, too, is he wasn't supposed to be doing that, because I wasn't standing there, and the whole reason I wasn't standing there is he sent me back to our van to grab the face shield, which you're supposed to wear when you do that. It's literally an OSHA regulation. But he decided to just start working on it anyways, with just the hot gloves and the... yeah, with just the hot gloves and the hot suit. Or hot jacket, he didn't even put on a full hot suit. And as I'm digging around in the van, I just grabbed the face shield. I hear, boom! And then him curse it, and then the generator kicking on, and then him cursing. Oh, actually, that's the funny thing, too, is just a few months prior, he had been blinded by an arc flash for 14 hours straight. And he was still doing that stupid stuff. My boss is somewhat of a maniac. That can apply to just about everybody you'll find in the trades. And that's usually because the actual smart ones very quickly rise to administrative positions and don't actually do any of the work anymore. Yes, if you're dumb, you gotta be tough. And that, I'll tell you that. The guys you'll find in the trades, they're tough. And they need it, because that toughness gets tested quite regularly. Okay, now that's all that stuff done. So, what's the next contract? Although I might... oh, really? I thought I had something else left to do. Does that mean I've gotten the big jobs done? Oh, yeah, yeah. In Alaska, I got all the regional progress done. I thought there was one more thing I had to do in Northport, but I guess I'm wrong. Fine with me. Oh, there is a service hub here. That's definitely coming next. Warehouse loading. Concrete blocks, consumables. We got concrete blocks, but not on the consumables, so I'm probably going to want to go back to Mountain River. I'm quite confident both of those things are there. No, they are not. Then I guess we'll grab the concrete blocks here and then go to Mountain River for the consumables. Okay. I gotcha. One kind of annoying thing, if I select a contract, it'll stay selected no matter where I go. But if I select a mission here, the moment I leave it to go get like materials elsewhere, it'll stop tracking that mission. We'll just choose either a contract or one of the missions in the map I went into. And part of the reason that's a problem is when you have a mission selected, it'll actually show you where the materials you need for that mission are stored. Now, I'm not against pulling up Map Runner, but it would kind of get in the way of chat if I did, so I try to avoid it when I'm playing Snowrunner on stream. Especially because I mainly use Map Runner if I need to find stuff that might otherwise be hidden, like trucks or upgrades. Yeah. The thing is, like, I have ways to check what's in a storehouse, but it's literally, I have to, where is one? I have to do this. I have to literally click on it, each individual one, to see what's in it. Like, oh, here's wooden planks. And, you know, oh, this trailer has 2 metal beams on it. Oh, okay. That's not a good way to look for what I need. I going the right way? Yes. This truck, I actually helped Imitation Orange get it like 3 or so weeks ago. And normally it's supposed to be this massive process to get it. On the map, Amur, or on the region, Amur, where you get it, there's a whole bunch of blocked roads and broken bridges, and you're supposed to go through this extremely arduous process to repair all of them before you can even reach the Zix, to then do the mission to recover the Zix. But we, through a series of incredibly daring adventures, managed to get to the Zix and recover it without repairing a single bridge or unblocking a single road. It took 4 hours to do. See, I like games like this, and I find this very relaxing. It was perfect for an EP stream. It is tedious, yes, and that's kind of the point of it. Is it's supposed to be this whole process. It's never as simple as get your cargo, drive it to your location. It is very much find a way to get to your cargo, find a way to haul the cargo. You might need a trailer. You probably got stuck somewhere, so you may need another truck to winch it out. Oh, you damaged your tires. Now you need a truck to repair your truck. Or you might need a truck to come and bring you fuel. Or your cargo fell off, so now you need a crane to put it back on. It is very much supposed to present all these challenges to you. And the challenges are the game. If you see the goals, like I'm supposed to deliver this stuff to the service hub, if you see that as the gameplay and the goal of the game, then you're not going to enjoy the game. The gameplay is you getting stuck over and over and having to drag trucks out there to help you out, and having to find the quickest and easiest route to your goal as possible. Yeah. Love me trucking, hate me trucking problems. Simple as. That's basically it. It's kind of like if you were to take Euro Truck Sim and make it into a puzzle game. And I love that about it. And I love Euro Truck Sim. I play American Truck Sim more just because, you know, I'm American. I like to travel America. But I like them both. They're pretty much the same gameplay. No, losing IQ points is playing Electrician Simulator, since it's not actually simulating being an electrician at all, and that pissed me off when I looked it up. Hey, what's up, Doc? Yeah, Pork Roll Terrier, I think the only ones I have are American Truck Sim, Euro Truck Sim 2, and this. Oh, well, I have Mud Runner and Spin Tires, the 2 games that came before it. But with Snowrunner, I have no real reason to go back to Mud Runner or Spin Tires. Ah, yeah, you're kind of in the same boat as me. I slept decently last night, but I think the problem is I went to bed nearly an hour earlier than usual. So I also woke up about an hour earlier than usual, and I tried to fall asleep again before my alarm clock went off, and I succeeded just probably 30-45 minutes before my alarm clock went off. And I think that going back to sleep for only a short period of time screwed me. And now I'm super sleepy today. But otherwise, work was easy. All I really did was nothing most of the day. And then we had to check some of these switches in our underground electrical. So I just had to rip up a bunch of manholes, which maybe doesn't sound horrible. And it's not that bad, but they are quite heavy. I've gotten used to it, but it was kind of hard at first when I first had to start doing that. Because these are, you know, on the small end, 50-pound manholes. On the heavy end, they might be a good bit over 100 pounds. Also, Doc, I don't think I ever specifically told you yesterday, but I had a 30-foot light pole dropped on my finger yesterday. Oh yeah, getting those gains, absolutely. Now, if I really wanted the gains, I would have stayed in construction. Yeah, it was only dropped from like it was only dropped like an inch off the ground. Like we had just picked it up and it got dropped back on my finger. But yes, it frickin' hurt. It's doing pretty good. It's doing pretty good today. It's not bruised, so it's not gonna hurt any worse. It's just gonna get better from here. But hoo boy. You know me well enough to know I don't curse often, but I was absolutely cursing there. Yes, it absolutely is. I find it interesting to note that that shipment of that light pole was addressed to one of the guys in our service department. And our service department doesn't do stuff with light poles very often. Yes, absolutely a big oof moment. And it was my boss who dropped it on my hand. It wasn't that I dropped it on my own hand. My boss had lifted it up, and I was trying to get my hand under there to help him, and he dropped it as soon as I got a single finger under there. You know, it's wild to me in the trades because there's such a severe lack of personnel. You would be utterly shocked at what you can get away with without ever being written up or fired. It's insane. I've known some guys.
Where are you, Marco?
Oh, thank you for the follow, Kaju. Good morning. Welcome in. How you doing? I didn't know you'd been trying to catch my stream, Kaju. I would have told you the schedule. I wouldn't say that far, Doc. It's more that you have to repeatedly have, like, the worst ethic possible for a very long time. And it's going well, Kaju. I'm just very sleepy today, so I couldn't focus on doing, like, Baldur's Gate. All right, thank you for stopping in, Pork Roll Terrier. Have some good luck with the snow. Oh, you don't have to feel bad, Kaju. I know my schedule is particularly inconvenient for most of the communities I hang around because I'm a early riser, a early goer to bed, so it's very inconvenient for a lot of the people I watch who themselves rise very late and go to bed very late. Yeah, because I think you know that I think I've said around you before that I wake up every morning at 4:30 a.m. The very fact that I stay awake as late as I do is kind of a problem. Yeah. And I actually, like, I even had to put in effort as well. For a lot of the communities I'm in, the reason my schedule is on such weird days is not because I have that little free time, but because I like to catch at least a couple of streams of some of the streamers I've known better than others. And it was like, I really had to juggle it so that I wouldn't pretty much just miss all of their streams. But yeah, you caught me on a EP stream day. This is practically a just chatting stream because I don't have to pay a ton of attention to this game. I do have to pay some because I've run into railing a few times already because I was not looking at the screen. Yeah. Will was one of the people I took into consideration when I made my stream schedule. Thursday is the only day of mine that overlaps with his. Snowrunner and Death Stranding would go together really well. But yeah, I actually made sure I'd at least be able to catch 2 of Will's streams in a week. So Thursday is the only day of mine that overlaps with his. But we never raid each other because we also happen to end at the exact same time. Yeah. I don't really have problems with your streams because you stream on Sunday a lot, but I made my Sunday streams intentionally earlier in the day so that I could catch other people's Sunday streams. It's also slightly shorter. It's an hour shorter than my usual streams. And I just don't have anything on Saturday because I just like no, no, oh, here, wrong one. No, I am not wholesome, not at all. Never, never. Oh wait, why am I stopping here? Actually, no, I do need to stop here. What am I doing? Yeah, I was glad I was glad I started using Twitch a lot more. It's nice. I've realized the great wonders of having a stream on in the background while you do things. Like normally, what I like to do when I'm watching streams is play this game. Because it's very easy to listen to a stream and play this game at the same time. And I'm actually trying to get 100% of the achievements for this, which I could very easily do. It's just I need to put in some hours. I need to put in the hours in this game. Even though she started later, Orange is probably going to beat me to 100%ing this game because she puts in way more hours than I do. And we need this on the trailers. Consumables. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. It should be said, you're probably not going to see the most frustrating gameplay of Snowrunner, because not only am I in an easier area, I am top rank in this game and have the very best trucks in the game. So there's not much that will make me struggle. If I struggle, it's because I'm intentionally doing it the hardest but quickest way possible. Which I do a lot, but nothing has really warranted it in this map. Well, what's funny is you do get a truck in Death Stranding. Not a truck as impressive as this, but you do get a truck. And it's actually great when you get it. And I put a lot of effort in learning how to get that truck to any freaking bunker. Like, I learned how to drive through the BT areas without hitting any of the BTs. Now I need to get a like do an AI voice of Norman Reedus reading that out, Doc. I remember when I first found you could steal the mules' trucks in Death Stranding. I was all over that. I was like, oh, this is so amazing. I can carry so much cargo. Then I learned you could actually have some proper Bridges trucks that can carry even more. And I was like, oh, yes. Big truck is good. Yeah, the Bridges trucks are great. They carry so much. I remember when I was first trying to see what the limits of them were, I was like, how much can this freaking carry? And then I also learned they have an indicator on them to show how filled they are, and I was like, oh, I'm dumb. Oh yeah, absolutely. My first playthrough, I had a lot of help building those highways. That was before the director's cut. I was playing it off of my brother's Steam account through the family share system Steam has. So I don't own it. but I do own the DC. And when I was playing the DC, nobody was contributing to the highway, and I was so pissed. I almost from scratch built the entire highway system in that game, and I was so pissed. I was spending so many hours getting materials and moving materials just to build that frickin' highway. Yes, I need to just follow this straight. And it's worth having the highway too, because you can get the truck to any of those locations without any of the highway built, but it's so much more of a hassle. And also the highway keeps your truck charged while you're driving on it. So, you know, you'd have to keep stopping, and you'd probably have to build a few generators, and it'd just be more of a hassle than it already is. The only time I stop using the truck is when I finally get all the way up to Mountain Knot, and you start having to mountain climb. I think technically you can get the truck to a lot of those bunkers, but it's much better to just build a zipline system at that point. Life is a highway, I wanna ride it all night long. That's honestly the only Rascal Flatts. It's not even his song originally, but that's the only Rascal Flatts song I actually listened to. Honestly, I hate most modern country to begin with. I love classic country. I kind of like forget the bike exists once I get access to the trucks. Do I have something stuck under me? It feels like I have something stuck under me. Doesn't seem like it. Okay. Yes, we're going the right way. Yeah, there's very few examples of modern country music that are actually worth listening to, and they're usually nowhere near as good as the stuff from the 50s through the 80s. In particular, my favorite stuff is the 50s and the 60s. Like, I'm a big Johnny Cash fan, and I like his music throughout all the generations, but I feel like the majority of his best songs came from the 50s and 60s. And that's because he always changed his style of country to better match the times. Yeah, and I would say, like, you know, when he finally made music again in the 90s and the 2000s, oh, I absolutely know what you're talking about. I used to listen to, like, our local country station a lot, and I was just like, you know, when I started listening to, like, Waylon Jennings, Johnny Cash, George Jones, Hank Williams, Marty Robbins, all that, I was like, you know what? This is way frickin' better. Yeah. The funny thing is, Doc, I haven't really gotten a chance to listen to Garth Brooks because he's one of those holdouts who refuses to go on Spotify. And I don't think I remember him well enough from my childhood to really say, like, how I feel about Garth Brooks. I was gonna check him out, but I found out, like, I think they have exactly one song with him in it on Spotify. Yes, I'm still going the right way. There was one George Jones song, I Don't Need No Rockin' Chair. I think it was George Jones. No, it was George... Was it George Jones or was it George Strait? I think it was George Jones. Where they had, like, all of the big 90s country artists in it, like, including Travis Tritt. They might have had Garth Brooks in it, actually. They had a bunch of people. All right, yeah. Thank you. I will check it out. Yeah, Johnny Cash, like, it's funny is because I do like the 70s and 80s in general in music. I appreciate a lot of it, but it isn't particularly my taste. In like most genres. And so similarly, like with Johnny Cash, I still loved his stuff from the 70s and 80s, but not as much. But when he got into the 90s with the American recordings, there's a good few of those songs that are some of my favorite Johnny Cash songs. Not just Hurt. Honestly, of those, Hurt is one of the ones I care about less. I still really like Hurt. But, like, Ain't No Grave, God's Gonna Cut You Down, I've Been Everywhere, freaking love those songs. And I remember too reading about it. The guy who recorded that, the guy who published all that stuff, he went to Johnny Cash and was like, "Hey, can we make some albums together?" And everybody was telling him like, "Johnny Cash is washed up. He's old news. Nobody wants to listen to him anymore." And then he just dominated when he made some of those songs. In particular, Hurt. Like, he stole Hurt from Trent Reznor. He absolutely, like, he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna do your song, but I'm gonna make it mine." To the point, yeah, and I know you know it, to the point that even Trent Reznor himself was like, "Yeah, that's not even my song anymore." Yeah. And that's the thing, that's not even the first time Johnny Cash did that. The Ring of Fire isn't Johnny Cash's song. June Carter wrote it for Anita Carter, and Anita Carter recorded it first. And then Johnny Cash covered it, and it's like, most people think it's his song nowadays, because he just did it so much better. Did I already take that trailer? No, I wouldn't have already taken that trailer. I wonder what that's for. Bet that's for a contract. Yeah. Honestly, though, I'd be freaking honored to have Johnny Cash cover my song, but if he were still alive. But like, that's still crazy too, and it was such a genre cross. That is not at all like Nine Inch Nails is nothing close to country or classic country even. Oh, which song? I actually don't really listen to Led Zeppelin, although I need to check them out. Once again, that's kind of a period of time that that wasn't I don't listen to a ton of that. What do I do now, actually? Ooh, cargo delivery. Let's get this. I don't think we're gonna do it yet, though. Oh, wait. I want to bring that Kenworth for that, but I kind of want to do it. I'm gonna grab the Kenworth, and we're gonna do this one. Ah. The another one, I wouldn't say they stole it. But kind of an interesting example of a artist from a completely different genre doing a very popular cover of something is Disturbed's Sound of Silence. I'd say I still prefer Simon and Garfunkel's version, but Disturbed did a really, really good job. And I know, I think Garfunkel was already dead, but Simon himself, I know, sent an email to Disturbed's vocalist complimenting on how well he did in Sound of Silence. Alien Ant Farm covering MJ. I haven't listened to a lot of Alien Ant Farm, but I kind of feel like I knew that they had covered MJ. Yeah, I think I knew that. I may have even heard it before, but it's just like exited my mind completely. Should I have gone? No, I shouldn't have gone from White Valley. I'm good. I need to put a high saddle on this, though. The man in the high saddle. One thing that's also interesting is I've noticed with most of my old artists, not just country art, not just the classic country artists, it can be swing, it can be jazz, blues, whatever. in like the 40s to 60s, I would say, those artists covered each other's songs like crazy. Like, most albums from any artist from that period had at least 2 or 3 covers in it. Now, those artists also put out way more songs in their careers. Like, that's one of the reasons my library is so huge, because you just add, like, Johnny Cash, Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin songs, and you've got hundreds of songs right there. Hundreds of songs. Now, it's better now, because back then, Spotify used to include the compilation albums with the proper releases, so I have a few repeating songs. But even then, even without the repeating songs, they have so much music. And some of it is guys like Johnny Cash, who his career legitimately spanned like around 50 years. Oh, wrong way. I've heard of Van Morrison, and you know what? I think, yes. I don't have a strong opinion on that song, but I remember you suggesting it to me in Discord, and I had actually already heard it, but not from Van Morrison. I heard it in the movie August Rush. August Rush was a good movie, actually. I feel like some people... I feel like I've seen a few people hate on it, but I enjoyed August Rush. That was a good movie. And it was one of those kind of rare movies where you see Robin Williams playing a more serious role, and still absolutely just dominating it. Even though he wasn't a major character in the movie. Richard Cheese, yes. I haven't listened to a lot of his covers, but I absolutely have his Down with the Sickness cover saved on Spotify. It was so funny to me to hear that, especially because he does a proper lounge swing. Like, he very much has the lounge swing sound down, but absolutely adapted Down with the Sickness to it. So much respect. I went the complete wrong way. Well, not complete wrong way, I just... I want to say I heard one of his lewd rap songs, but I don't remember which one. You know what? I think you actually... I think I did hear that one. I think you posted it once, because I'm pretty sure I posted the Down with the Sickness cover, and you posted that back at me. It's so funny, too. Like, I didn't get the joke at first, because I always think of Richards as, like, rich. But then I realized if you change it to the other shortened version of Richard Cheese, what name you actually get. And I was like, oh! Yeah, that's why he calls himself that. It's funny. I can kind of see how that is, just because lounge swing seems like, if you're gonna change the genre of creep, that almost feels like what it would be. Has he done any Power Man 5000 songs? Because I feel like that would be funny. I should point out, this truck I'm using, the Kenworth 963, this is one of the licensed trucks, so that's what it's actually called IRL. These things are still in production. They are made for the oil industry and are used actively in Saudi Arabia. Which means they are freaking massive. Like, this thing is probably 2 or 3 times bigger than your average semi-truck. It would not at all be street legal in the United States. Freak on a Leash would be good to hear too. I'll have to check that out later. I think that's really the only full Korn song I actually know is Freak on a Leash, and that's because it was in Guitar Hero World Tour. I mean, if you want to count Twist as a full song, I do know Twist as well. Did you ever hear the story of their bassist, Brian Headwelch? So Brian Headwelch actually is now a born-again Christian. And he started his own, like, Christian nu metal solo project. For a while. I don't know if he's still doing it. I think he actually did do a reunion show with Korn still. But, yeah, he gave a story, like, his testimony at one point, talking about his conversion. And he literally was, he basically was like, he was snorting coke and was like, God save me. And that was his story. It was a very interesting story. Yeah. Yeah, I thought you'd find that tidbit interesting. I knew you weren't religious, but yeah. I thought you'd find that story interesting, especially just considering what band it is he comes from. I haven't seen any news about him in a long time. I learned all of this back in, like, 2014. Psychostick? I don't think I've heard anything by Psychostick, or if I did, I didn't know it was Psychostick. Are they more 90s nu metal? Which way do I need to go? Yes, that's where I take it, but okay, I just need to keep going straight. This is at the service hub. I feel like with the Kenworth, this mission's gonna be too easy. Interesting. Oh gosh, Let the Bodies Hit the Floor. I think that song kind of, I think that song kind of got ragged on too much just because every edgy middle schooler in the 2000s liked Let the Bodies Hit the Floor. But I can kind of bop to it now that I don't see it in every single Halo compilation that would dominate YouTube back in the day. I mean, it is absolutely a stupid, edgy song, but it's an enjoyable, stupid, edgy song. Yeah. Linkin Park, like, everybody now is like, oh, Linkin Park's great, Linkin Park's the best. And it's like, I remember when they were a frickin' meme because of how many stupid AMVs they were in. Which Linkin Park is the bomb. I actually really enjoy Linkin Park. I even enjoyed some of their newer stuff before Chester killed himself. Before he unalived himself. Papa Roach I had a little less luck with. Like, I listened to more of his stuff, but honestly, the only stuff that really resonated with me with Papa Roach was Last Resort and Getting Away with Murder. Oh, and what he did with the Black Eyed Peas, Anxiety. Yeah, I mean that's the reason there's no new Linkin Park stuff. Is yeah, Chester's gone. It was like a big tragedy at the time. I mean, Linkin Park, they hadn't released anything super famous for a while, but I mean, they were still fresh in everybody's mind. They were still like their older stuff was still fresh in everybody's mind. So I knew quite a few people who got very deeply upset by the news. I don't know what Mike Shinoda is doing these days. I think he's still got some big stuff going on. I don't know about the rest of the band. Slipknot. You see, the funny thing is, I always liked Slipknot. But you know who I used to really hate? I absolutely disliked their songs whenever I heard them in like Guitar Hero or whatever, and I thought they sounded dumb. Dream Theater. I hated Dream Theater as a kid. And now they are one of my favorite bands. And I've said it before, if I could go to any concert, just any one concert now, it would be a Dream Theater concert. Yeah, no. Dream Theater is... It's not something... ooh, I don't know Queensrich. I'll have to check that out. Dream Theater is definitely not something... Dream Theater is an acquired taste. Like, they're not something that somebody who doesn't listen to much music or doesn't care much for music would enjoy. But when you do, oh, Dream Theater slaps. They are insanely talented. And they're one of the few bands that actually survived and grew from replacing a vocalist. Albeit that was super early in their career. Because one thing I didn't realize is, no, Dream Theater's first album was not in 1992, it was actually 1989. But that was a different vocalist than the one they have now. It was the 1992 album, which I think was the one where they released Pull Me Under, which is still their top-selling song, I'm pretty sure. That was the current vocalist, and he has stuck with them this whole time. Their last album was, yeah. And I've been looking for good, more good progressive metal bands. The only ones I really have are Coheed and Cambria and Dream Theater. And Coheed and Cambria is not at all the same feel as Dream Theater, even though they're still really good. Yep. This is a big frickin' trailer. Really big frickin' trailer. I haven't been on any job sites that use like these massive spools like this, but I've certainly seen some decently big ones. Now, I want to say when doing underground work, us electricians do this, but that's the funny thing. I think I am the only apprentice in my year who has avoided thus far ever doing any kind of big underground work. I have, to this day, not done an actual big underground job. Now, I'm not looking to do it because it is the most mind-numbing and physically exhausting work electricians do, and nobody likes it except people who are actually insane. Yeah, especially in Texas, because, you know, once we get out of winter, it's going to be blazing hot here. Like, even in the spring, it's going to be easily hitting the 90s. I mean, it's easily going to be hitting the 80s most days, and the 90s on some days. In summer, it's going to be nothing but 90s and 100s. And then you go to fall, and it's going to be mostly 80s. And it's only in winter that you start to drop down to the 70s for most days, for most of the winter, and then, like, one short period will be like right now, where you can expect 40s and 50s. Oh yes, absolutely. I actually, you said it so succinctly once that I'd rather be digging ditches than work in fast food. And while I didn't work fast food, when I worked at the car, I did work at a car wash before this, so still like customer service job. And holy crap, when I was digging ditches one day, I was like, you know what? This is better than that. And it pays better too. Yeah, it very much is like digging ditches sounds like the low point of your life, but trust me, it can get worse. Yes, you build up stamina, you build up muscle, which I need stamina more than I need muscle. I'm actually fairly strong, but I'm very lacking in stamina from too many years of a sedentary lifestyle. Oh gosh, TJ Maxx. Being a cashier in general sucks. Being, but yeah. Honestly, it was really convenient at the car wash because we are actually, we're the only place I can think of I've seen in Texas that tax is included with the price. So all our prices were a very even number, and doing like change was super simple. And there were only like 4 options at the car wash. So basically the only problems that ever came up with coupons, which were often programmed very incorrectly. And I was one of the only cashiers they had who knew how to fix the glitches that would ensue when using coupons. In fact, I was such a regular and faithful cashier that shortly after I left that job, because normally they rotate out the cashiers at that car wash with the regular employees, but I was so faithful and so regular in that position. I was so much better than everybody else that they made it a rule now at that same company that people who work cashier are dedicated personnel. Uh, they are dedicated. They are specifically trained to do nothing but the cash register. Because that's essentially what happened with me, and I was like 10 times better. I made way less mistakes. I was able to fix tons of problems they had. I understood that machine better than the managers. So they actually, because of my performance there, they changed the rules for the whole company. And I only learned that after the fact because I met the new general manager of the main branch while I was out eating Whataburger one day. Yeah, essentially. Oh, I remember how upset they were when I left that job. The manager on site was trying to do everything he could convince me, make me a manager, give me more money. I was like, no. I actually avoided becoming a manager there because it sucked so much being a manager there that I knew I wouldn't... I didn't want to stay at that job long to begin with, and I knew that would be so much worse. But had I become a manager, I would have within months been the general manager of that same car wash. But I would have made less than I make now as a general manager. Yeah, absolutely. Now, it's hard to get to a point so quickly as an electrician where it's like, oh, you're essential personnel. As an apprentice, that's probably not going to happen, except maybe in like my 4th year. Yeah. It it was very much, yeah. Because there are some jobs where it was like, where it's like the promotion is just a whole bunch of extra work for crap pay. And I was like, no, screw that. Yeah. So here's how bad it was. So at this job, this car wash, you start at $8 an hour, barely above federal minimum wage. So that's horrible. That's horrible. Most like fast food places will start you at 14 or 15 nowadays. That's ridiculous. And um when you're working the cash register, you get $1 an hour more. So effectively, once I started doing that, I'd been making $8.50, so I was up to $9.50. And over time, I got a $1 bonus, and and my pay, and I only worked at this car wash for 8 months. So in the end, I was making $10.50. But if I had become a manager, I would often not be working cash registers. That would take $1 off, and then they'd bump me up to $11 an hour to take on all this extra responsibility, $11 an hour. And if I had stayed for my general manager quitting, I probably would have been made the general manager. They start at $14 an hour. The general manager. It's like, no. Yeah. And you want to know what's great? So there's not a Buc-ee's in my town, but Buc-ee's have their own, yeah. Yeah, exactly. No one competent would ever agree to that, which is why they didn't have anyone competent in those roles. But a Buc-ee's has car washes. A Buc-ee's car wash general manager starts at 6 figures. A 6-figure salary to start for a Buc-ee's general manager for their car wash. They can make over, at the top pay, they can make over $200,000. I am not kidding. I even have a picture from a local, not local, like I said, I don't have one in town, but outside my work, which is outside of town, there's a Buc-ee's nearby. I took a picture of their sign on their pay, and they had the general car wash, the general manager for the car wash there, and it legitimately is really over $200,000 at max. Like, gosh dang, people go to college to make less money than that. Buc-ee's has really good pay all around the board, though. Like, the whole meme of it being this great traveling destination, it is just a meme. It's literally just a fancy gas station. It's not that impressive, other than it's, if you were to ask me what the nicest gas station in the world is, I'd tell you Buc-ee's. But it's still just a gas station. It's like asking me for the shiniest turd. But as far as how they treat their employees and how they pay them, oh, absolutely, top tier. 100%. If only I had one in this town. Maybe they could have poached me from that other car wash. Oh gosh. Nope. Mistakes were made. Let's try this again. I do have an alternative. Oh, where's a good winch point? Okay. This is advanced moves. Oh, if I can actually reach another winch point. This is advanced moves. Oh, that's not working out for me. Oh, I think I see part of the problem. It's stuck up against the railing there, too, which is adding extra friction. Oh, I can probably do this without anything too bad. But I need to get turned a little bit more. Let's see if that'll do it. Yeah, that did it. Okay, let's back up a bit. Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about when I said Snowrunner is a puzzle. It's a puzzle game. It's not a trucking game, it's a puzzle game. Disguised as a trucking game. It's the steamed hams of trucking games. There we go. That was one big frickin' trailer. No, I'm probably gonna leave this right here. How long are they? Wonder how? What kind of glitch do you do to do that? Because that would have to be a glitched run. Hardcore. That or they're lying, but... Oh, wow. Okay, then I only have the GR Enterprise stuff left. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if they made people have video proof or not. Because that does make a big difference. Okay, so we're doing logging now. I am going to have to redo the Kenworth a couple of times, unfortunately. Now, does Pedro Bay have a log station? No, that's not Pedro Bay. Why did I select Northport? Pedro Bay, do you have a log station? You do not. So, does a Mountain River? I can't remember. They have a sawmill, but I don't know that they have a log station. Okay, so basically, I'm going to go a couple times from Northport to Pedro Bay with logs. It'll be slow going, but it'll work. Unfortunately, they only need 1 medium logs for the first one. So there's no this, but I can't carry 1 unit of long logs and 1 unit of medium logs. I'm just gonna have to take 2 trips regardless. Well, let's get on it. I do believe the Kenworth 963 is the actual biggest truck in the game. There's one other oil field truck I know of. It's the, I believe it's called the Western Star Twin Steer 6900. That one's an interesting one. It has no, oh, this is not Northport. It has no additional add-ons you can get for it, but it has a single flatbed that can carry 4 units of cargo, whereas most flatbeds can only carry 3, and otherwise, normally, only the super long trucks like the Kenworth can carry 3. So normally it's 2, but super long trucks like this can carry 3. So the Western Star is very long, but it's also very top-heavy and flips super easily. So it's actually not that useful. Especially when you can just get trailers that can carry 4 units of cargo or more. There is one trailer that can carry 8 units of cargo. It is not easy to get to places with that trailer. But if you can do it, carrying 8 units of cargo at once can be really nice. I've definitely got a good bit of progress. Oh yeah. I was at like 70 to 72% when I started this. Now I'm 80% through Alaska. Still have a few missions left. Some of that is just the time trials, which will take just a moment each. Yeah. Now, unfortunately, a lot of these missions I have left are really big contracts, so that's going to take some time. There are some minor missions left in Pedro Bay. Pretty much everything I'm going to be doing from this point on is going to be focused in Pedro Bay. I mean, I don't know where all of these contracts are focused on, but I imagine I'm going to be doing a lot in Pedro Bay for a while. Depending on how Sundays go, Doc, I might put the Resident Evil DLCs on another day, like Thursday probably. But we'll see. Because I want to knock all those DLC episodes out in one stream. It should be pretty easy to do, from what you tell me. But I'm not sure I'm going to want to go overtime on Sundays for a little bit. Yeah, this is one thing, and I've pointed this out to people. I have a very aggressive play style in everything I play. I make a lot of mistakes, but I make up for it by being super freaking fast at what I do. So I end up beating game. I make more mistakes than some people, but I end up beating the games way quicker than them. Oh, that is the manual platform. That is not what I wanted. Like, I know the average time to beat Armored Core 6 was 25 hours. I beat it in 15. I was pretty easily able to beat Inside and Limbo at 3 hours each. Oh, yeah. Well, at this point, you're super familiar with Yakuza. Like, for the amount of... Because Elden Ring is kind of confusing and times to beat, because there's people who focus on just going, like, straight for the story bosses and going straight through the game. They obviously beat it a bit quicker. But people who play it like me, where I was trying to get every bit of content I could in one playthrough, the fact that I beat it in 90 hours is actually super fast. Because I knew a lot of people who were doing that same thing, and it took them 150 or even 200 hours to beat Elden Ring and hit up all that side content, and they still didn't get as much of the side content as I did. And the fact that I accidentally beat all of Armored Core for Answer in 2.5 hours on stream. I thought it was at least gonna take 3.5. Like, I didn't think I would reach the end of... I didn't think I'd reach the end of my normal time. Yeah, Doc, I don't know... I think I posted it in Ace's Discord, but, SteamDB has just had an updated listing for, Oh yeah, you adapted to your first Soulsborne super well. You probably adapted quicker than anybody I can think of. Including myself. But, SteamDB just updated the listings for Elden Ring, and apparently there's an unnamed, unlisted DLC that's just been added just a few days ago. Plus a couple other things. All the Elden Ring playlists with From Software in every region are being on YouTube are being updated with unlisted videos, as well as one other thing. What was it? Oh yeah, Elden Ring itself in the most recent patch actually got some files added for an unknown purpose. Honestly, that's the thing though, is like with Elden Ring... Am I going the right way? Yes, I am. Well, that's the thing, is most people do not block much. Most people are rolling focused because an Orange complained about this, and this is a complaint I agree with, is that the parrying, there's no real way to tell whether or not you can parry an attack. So most of the people who focus on parrying are those who've already played through the game and have actually learned all the enemy's attacks and which ones you can parry, which ones you can't. So most players focus exclusively on rolling. Yeah. Yeah. This is one thing I said. Sekiro had the way better parrying system, although I can understand why they didn't add it to Elden Ring. Because Sekiro's system used a lot of indicators and whatnot that would have just been annoying if you weren't explicitly doing a parry build. But Sekiro's system was way better for parrying. I'm just not good at parrying in games, because I haven't played a lot of games that do it, and I don't have much practice. So I wasn't any good at Sekiro. And that's also why I haven't definitively said Sekiro is actually harder than Dark Souls 3, because it's a little... I have kind of a bias in that I'm much worse at those types of game. But yeah, blocking like I do was more popular in Dark Souls 1. It tended to be a lot more OP in Dark Souls 1 to use a shield. Dark Souls 2, kind of, they started moving away from that. Dark Souls 3 was very rolling focused to the point it's considered very much against the meta to use a shield at all. I am one of the few higher level players that ever does. Elden Ring is kind of the same way, although some people saw the utility of some of the great shields in the game. Like the fingerprint stone shield before some of the patches, you could get it to 100 guard boost, and that would completely negate all stamina damage from blocking. Oh, I did the wrong thing again. Yeah. The funny thing is, I didn't realize that. So the reason I never got that, I did everything right but one thing. So you needed to use the Great Shield Talisman along with a fully upgraded Fingerprint Stone Shield. But apparently, when you add a attunement onto it, like quality or strength or whatever it was for dex, if you add any of those onto it, it actually reduces the guard boost by just a little bit and adds scaling that doesn't apply to the guard boost. So you actually had to keep it completely with no affinity at all, then you could hit 100. And that's why I never had 100 with it, but I had a very high number, like 95 to 99, somewhere in that range. Now, I believe the Great Shield Talisman does nothing with the Fingerprint Stone Shield, or virtually nothing. And the Fingerprint Stone Shield's total guard boost has been reduced to, I want to say, 80 or like 85. Which is still an insane number, and it is absolutely not an irrelevant shield. And shield poking, I know at least in PvP, they had to, because they have different PvP balances, which I think was smart, because PvP and PvE work very differently, and sometimes when you nerf a weapon for PvP, if you apply those same things to PvE, it just becomes a useless weapon. But I believe they at least nerfed shield poking for PvP, and that was totally fair because that was super OP. It used to be that when you tried to shield poke in the Dark Souls games, your spear did so little damage that it was actually pretty much pointless. But in Elden Ring, you actually did good damage while shield poking. So that was... it was rather powerful. I was doing it in my own run once, and I stopped doing it because I had to roll so little, I was getting really bad at rolling. And similarly, magic was just boring. It really is OP. Like, it's perfect for somebody who sucks at Soulsborne games and wants to get through it as easily as possible. But magic, man, that was boring. I would just spam cast powerful spells from a distance on all my enemies. And I was, like, never endangered once. But I absolutely despise the people who try to claim, like, oh, if you play with magic, you're not really playing the game. Or, oh, if you use spirit summons, you're not really playing the game. Or, oh, if you use a shield, you're not really playing the game. It's like, From Software put those features into the game for a reason. Get off of people's backs. Not everybody here is trying to be a tryhard. Like, one thing is, I will say, I personally find if you play it... yeah, exactly. And, like, you know, that logic does apply to co-op, but I will say you are kind of doing yourself a disservice if you play the whole game in co-op. But more so, it's more often it's a disservice because a lot of... if you're choosing randos, a lot of those randos are massively, like, over-leveled or have end-game gear, and they kind of just do the fight for you, which that's the real disservice. If you get somebody who's of, like, equal skill to you, that's not nearly as bad. Like, if you have two brand new players doing co-op together, okay, that's a lot more understandable. But if you have, like, a high-level player carry you through the game, that's not really enjoying the game. That's like with MMOs, when you have that max-level player carry you through all the dungeons and stuff. You're not really playing it at that point. You're not getting the real experience. Yeah. Like, you know, when you use Let Me Solo Her, like, what he does is impressive, but at the same time, uh, it's kind of anybody who used them did themselves a disservice by not beating Melania fair and square. They just let him do the job for them. And honestly, push comes to shove, just learn the metas for fighting Melania. Use a bleed build. She will, if you just learn what kind of stats and weapons you need for her, she's actually not that hard of a fight. I typically don't fight her that way, because I insist on playing my way. Hey, Blue, welcome in. How you doing? Yeah, I fought her in the worst way possible the first time. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Blue. Take an ibuprofen. Drink water. It's going all right, Blue. It's very chill. It's helping while I'm super eepy. It's helping while I'm super eepy. But yeah, Doc, like, the way I fought her was like the complete freaking wrong way the first time, and it still only took me 7 tries. Because that was before they buffed Colossal Swords, and that was also before I understood how the Mimic tier worked. So my Mimic tier wasn't nearly as effective as it could have been. And I still beat her within 7 tries. She's not that bad. She's one of the harder Soulsborne bosses, but she's not the hardest. Yes, very cozy vibes. That's what I was going for today. I'm enjoying it. I've been wanting to make more progress in this game, and I've actually made a ton of progress from streaming it like this. I don't think I'm gonna make it a regular stream, but it certainly helps me get some progress in it. Next week, I'll probably have Baldur's Gate 3 on Thursday again. I might have Resident Evil on Thursday to get those DLC episodes done, but we'll see. Oh, yes. So I'm gonna need to, I'm just gonna put this down right here. Just tell me I need to turn right there. Oh, ice. It's funny now, like, this job is helping me get used to my mild hemophobia, because I'll just randomly find myself bleeding on the job, and I'm like, huh, I wonder when that happened. And I usually don't figure it out. I'm randomly finding cuts on myself. Gameo. I do not catch your drift in this instance. Is that the actual term for it? Or are you screwing with me? No, I said hemophobia, as in hemoglobin, blood. You're fine. Wonder what first person looks like from the Kenworth. This game is not good for driving in first person, at least the way their first person works. Oh, frick. But who cares? I'm gonna go the rest of the way in first person. Oh, I should turn on my lights. There are actually some time trials that require you to drive in first person. I can't imagine this dinky wooden bridge would actually be able to carry a Kenworth. Hey, Nivik, welcome in. How you doing? Hope all is well. Today is just an EP stream. I was very sleepy today, and so I decided, hey, let's play a chill game that I actually need to make progress in anyways. So I am trying to 100% Snowrunner. First focusing on 100%ing the achievements, then I will 100% all the DLC. So fortunately, this is a game where the achievements do not apply to the DLC at all. You can get 100% of the achievements with just the base game. It'll be quite a bit harder because all the best trucks are in the DLC. Tomorrow is definitely going to be a slow day. My boss currently is having to do OSHA 30 training, which job runner type people tend to have to do, I think, once a year. So he is away on Fridays for now. So I'm going to be going to work alone, which as an apprentice means I'm not actually going to be doing much, because for anything major I have to be supervised. So, yeah. For example, I cannot do any hot work. I cannot work on live circuits. Although we don't do that often. It is usually vastly preferable to shut off a circuit before you work on it. But sometimes you have to work on it hot. Let's get the Kenworth back, but we have to change the add-on. No, not a flatbed, a log carrier. There we go. We're going out of first person. Turning on all-wheel drive again. We need a log carrier rear. There we go. And then we need to actually go get the logs. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Resident Evil 7 has put me in the mood that I am probably going to start trying to play through one after I finish the DLC episodes of Resident Evil 7. Not right away, but pretty soon I will play Resident Evil Village. Because honestly, I was enjoying that so freaking much. It was so fun. And then I'll do Resident Evil 3 Remake, because I've already done Resident Evil 2 Remake. And then I will do the Resident Evil 4 Remake. And then from there, I'm thinking I might start doing a little more like minor horror games like that again. I gotta do Dead Space Remake. I want to do the Fear games on stream, even Fear 3, even though it wasn't that great. And Silent Hill, Alien Isolation is reserved for October, Doc. I wanted a horror game I'd never played all the way through, but I knew was peak quality. So October, the plan is specifically first stream of October. I'm gonna try to make the first stream of October a full Outlast trilogy marathon. I'm going to play Outlast, Outlast Whistleblower, and Outlast 2 all the way through, all in one stream. And then after that, over, normal stream times, I'm going to play all of Visage in October. That'll probably be 2 or 3 streams. Visage is not a long game. And then after that, I will start Alien Isolation. I am not going to play them blindfolded. I'm not that insane. Mostly. And if I beat Alien Isolation early, I'm probably going to save some of the Silent Hill games for that. That's assuming I even play any before then, but I think I might. Depending on how I feel after I get some of the other horror games I mentioned out of the way before October, I might just save Silent Hills as extra in case of October. I'm not planning on doing another 24-hour stream. I'm not even sure if I'm going to do a subathon this year, since this is my first year as affiliate. I might just save that for 2025, maybe even 2026. I know I'm going to do a birthday stream, and I have no clue what I'm going to play on it. March 18th is when I actually debuted as Eccentric Bluebird, and I played a very specific game on that day that I absolutely hate, and I will be playing it again this year. Not quite my birthday yet, Blue. Not quite my birthday yet. And I did mention it earlier, but I'll mention it again. On February 25th, whether or not the DLC has come out, I will be finishing, over a few streams, my current Elden Ring playthrough in preparation for the DLC. And so, I will ensure, though, the last stream is going to be me beating Melania and then the entire rest of the game in one stream. Which honestly may not go over my normal stream time anyways. I have, in fact, beat Elden Ring on my own 3 times. So. It's kind of not a huge concern for me. Oh, also, I put down the new sub goal at 25 sub points. I will be playing a single stream of From Software's Eternal Ring, and then I will do an entire Dark Souls 3 playthrough over multiple streams. And not just the main game, I will be doing the DLC as well. I will be doing Ashes of Ariandel and the Ringed City. Yes. The current followers goal is for a full playthrough of Death Stranding. It'll be the director's cut, of course, because I've never played through the director's cut, and I want to. Where am I? I am going the wrong freaking way. That's where I'm going. I need to turn around. I have played the original version of Death Stranding once, all the way through. It is an insanely good game. I'm probably going to have to save an entire stream just for the last sequence, though, of just like 4 hours of cutscenes. Hideo Kojima is a wild man, and I love him for it. And for Sunday, depending on what I'm thinking, it's either going to be the Resident Evil 7 DLCs or it's going to be the retro shooter H-Rot. H-Rot comes to me highly recommended, and so I don't know much about it. I'm kind of going in intentionally blind, so we'll see how that goes. Am I going the right way? Yes. I have been wanting to get into more retro shooters, because I find it actually is a genre I vibe with rather well. I was enjoying Dusk a lot during the 24-hour stream. I actually have been meaning to finish it. The only thing I didn't like in Dusk is the max difficulty, all the enemies one-shotting you. I don't enjoy that kind of gameplay, so I went to the second highest difficulty instead. And supposedly, there are leaks suggesting that id Software is going to be releasing Doom Year Zero or announcing it in like 2025. We'll see. I would be interested, and I'm curious what Doom Year Zero will be. I assume it's about the origins of Doom Guy. Or Year Zero may be a reference to the fact that he killed Davoth, and now there's some new stage to the threat to the world, although I'm doubtful on that second theory. It came off to me in the ending of The Ancient Gods Part 2 that Doom Guy may not truly be dead, or he may not be permanently dead, which wouldn't come as a surprise considering the fact that Davoth himself wasn't truly dead. He had simply had his soul essentially sealed away, where he still had an influence on the world and could still observe the world, but he had no physical control. Yeah, okay, I knew it was confirmed that Doom Year Zero was a thing. I just didn't know if it was confirmed whether they were going to actually go through with making it. And I think it's still unconfirmed, like these leaks are not definitive at all. But I would like another Doom. The thing is, Hugo Martin kind of has his head up his own bum, and I don't fully trust him to not take this in a wrong direction. Like Doom Eternal had better gameplay than 2016, but the narrative, the setting, the themes, everything like that, the story were noticeably worse than Doom 2016. And I'm worried that that same kind of thing is going to happen with Doom Year Zero. Not to mention that he was looking the other way the whole time Mick Gordon was being mistreated. And now, of course, Mick Gordon's never going to work with Bethesda ever again, or id Software. And while Andrew Hulshult isn't bad, he does not at all live up to the legacy of Mick Gordon. I would be very disappointed to play an entire modern Doom game with only Andrew Hulshult music in it. I'm gonna be honest. I do believe Andrew Hulshult is who Dusk used, though. But at the same time, Dusk being a proper retro shooter, it's not uncommon to use more simplistic music anyways, which Andrew Hulshult, definitely, his music is a lot more simplistic than what Mick Gordon does. Or at least what he did for Doom. I haven't heard really much of Mick Gordon's other work in other games. In fact, I don't even know what he's currently doing. I just really liked Doom 2016, and Doom Eternal Mick Gordon utterly outdid himself with Doom Eternal. Like, he just went ham in Doom Eternal. The soundtrack in that game is amazing. And then as soon as you get to the DLC, it's just not. Oh, frick, I wasn't paying attention. Now, the games I'm looking forward to, actually, one of the games, I'm not sure I'm going to stream it at any point. I have to see how good it is first, too. But there's a game I've been waiting for, a highly dynamic CRPG called Unforetold Witchstone. The early access opens up in just a few days. It's going to be next week, I think. And I am super hyped for that. The other two releases I want are both things where the exact release date is not known. Obviously, like I mentioned, Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree. I am going to be all over that. I will be obsessively playing it on stream the moment it releases. But the other thing, Little Nightmares 3. I really love the Little Nightmares games, and I actually played them at the end of last October and a little bit into November. This one is going to be co-op, and I'm going to try to rope somebody in for that. But I love the Little Nightmares series. It's very fun. It's very interesting. It's not what I would call scary. I've only known one person who truly considered it scary, but that person also cried playing Soma. Actually, there may be a contender who came around before you, Blue, but we'll see what happens. You may be second in line, I'm sorry to say. But don't worry, if you ever do get to the Little Nightmares series, if you do ever get to the Little Nightmares series and you play 1 and 2, you will definitely also get the opportunity to play with me, because I love repeat playing those games. Although I do also need to drag you into Snowrunner. Yes, we need to play Portal 2. And if you ever get around to getting Snowrunner, we need to play a ridiculous amount of that. Until all you can think about is trucks. And camping. I should get some fuel. To be fair, if you waited until like the spring or the summer sale, and got this with just the base game, it's actually really cheap. If you got rich, we absolutely could play everything. That would be dope. You could retire young. You're not even close to being old. We have an old man in the chat. Now he's old. Yes, Doc, I'm talking about you. If you're still there. I'm in my prime! And Blue, I would never be rude. Ever. Sometimes when my back is really hurting, I feel old myself, but then I realize, no, I just have an ancient bed from the Stone Age that I should probably replace. And bad posture. I think I turn right here. I'm gonna just try to go the right way from memory. I don't think it'll be that hard. Maybe. Warehouse loading. I'm gonna say this way. I'm saying this way. Am I correct? I don't know. So one thing about me, and one reason as well that I insist on playing most co-op games through by myself the first time, is if somebody leads me somewhere, I will not remember how to get there. But if I do it myself, I will have a hard time forgetting. Because I play, to my regret, I played Dark Souls 3 through co-op the first time with like 3 other guys. And one guy was leading us everywhere, and when I went to play it on my own on my second playthrough, I had no freaking clue where anything was. But then I actually finished that playthrough, and now I know where freaking everything is. But similarly, a person I used to play Snowrunner co-op with would always make fun of me for not knowing where anything is, but at the same time, he always insisted on me following him to every location. So I never really got the chance to learn on my own where everything was. So of course I didn't remember the paths. Now, the sad thing to me is that there still hasn't been a new Ace Combat announced, as far as I know. I want Ace Combat 8. I want another one. There are not enough of those games. Like, it would be okay if there were other good companies making the same kind of games in the same genre, but the only other one that I particularly like is Project Wingman, which they're not planning to make any new games. And they are going to give a big update to Project Wingman, but that could take a while, and that's only going to be like an update. It's not going to be a whole new game. It's sad. And one thing as well, as Ace Combat, the only multiplayer they ever have is a versus mode. I would love a co-op game in the style of Ace Combat. It feels like an untapped market. And like, I know there's DCS World, but that's like a simulator. That's a little bit more hardcore than Ace Combat. Yeah. Like, I may try it someday, but it's not going to be the same feeling as Ace Combat. That would be like comparing Arma to Call of Duty. They may technically both be FPSs, but they are in no way similar. Okay, here's this contract done. Oh yeah. Oh, no, not recover. I want to delete that trailer. 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 I want to del Well, I remember I was thinking about doing it, but when I was talking about it to you and Orange, we kind of decided it probably wouldn't even be worth my time. Um, Instead, I'm just gonna play some of the Ace Combat games I never got to. Like, I still need to finish Ace Combat 4, and I'm definitely gonna stream Ace Combat 0. I would have streamed Ace Combat 4, except that I had already started it off stream. And I do need to go back through Ace Combat 5. The thing is, the gameplay of Ace Combat 7 is much smoother and much more fluid, just kind of due to it being so much more modern. But man, the mission design of the earlier Ace Combats were honestly a lot better. Uh, Ace Combat 7, one thing I hated was the sheer number of strictly timed missions where you had to get a certain score in an amount of time. There were only a few of those missions in the earlier Ace Combats, and they were not nearly as strictly timed. Like, there's one in Ace Combat 7 where you pretty much have to use one of the DLC jets that's just super overpowered to effectively get through it. It's very hard to do on the max difficulty without one of the DLC jets. And I just, I hate every single time I get to that mission. And there's so many missions like that too. It's just annoying. And that's what I like about Project Wingman. Project Wingman doesn't have any timed missions. You take your frickin' time doing them. Even if it doesn't make sense. But yeah, I just, that was, I was very disappointed in that with Ace Combat 7. Okay. So 2 to Mountain River. Oh, wow. There's actually, oh my gosh, that is a massive order. Holy crap. Oversized cargo. I wonder where I'm going to get that. Oversized cargo, I think, is 4 units, so I'll have to bring a super heavy semi. Let's get Cargopocalypse. Okay, I see. Cargopocalypse. We can't do the second one yet. Okay. Order Master Supreme. We're going to get working on that. I only have about an hour left in stream. I don't even know if I'm going to finish this in that time, but it doesn't matter. It's not one of those games where this is going to reset if I don't finish it before I get off. I am going to kind of see. Can I do this in 1 hour? I doubt it. This is a very massive order. But I'm going to try. Now the question is, where the heck do I get oversized cargo? Okay, it's pointing me to Northport. So let's see it. I can get oversized cargo there. That's pretty far back though. Is there somewhere in Mountain River where I can get it? There is, but that's also very far back. So we're, I mean, White Valley. Which would be quicker? I kind of want to say, because White Valley is such a straight shot, that might be quicker. But at the same time, I mean, we're gonna go to White Valley. We're gonna go to White Valley. So let's recover everything real quick. So I don't think I'm gonna need those other trucks out in Pedro Bay anymore. So I'm gonna get my Tatarin. It's a good habit to make because these trucks will not be dragged away with me if I move regions unless I have them retained in the garage. So if you have no reason to have them out somewhere, you should probably bring them back just in case you forget. Because if you make a habit of that, you might have a bunch of trucks spread out over a bunch of regions, and boy howdy, is it gonna suck trying to figure out where you put everything. Okay. So let's get a high saddle on this thing. We are going to get a super heavy semi-trailer, which is a big freaking trailer. This is the actual biggest trailer in the game. In terms of cargo it can carry, at least. There may be some of the other trailers may be heavier in and of themselves, but they can't carry cargo. This can carry 8 units of cargo. And theoretically, I'm pretty sure I could add a small flatbed onto this truck while I have the high saddle. So that would bring me up to about 10 units of cargo. In fact, I'm thinking about it now. There's a certain image I may have to update. But this can carry a lot of cargo. Suffice it to say. But it's, as you can see, it's pretty hard to just make freaking corners with this thing. IRL people generally don't appreciate you dragging the side of your trailer on their walls and everything. But fortunately, I don't get any points docked for that kind of thing, so we're gonna drive maybe in a way that wouldn't be very acceptable in real life. Oh, also, I need to get to playing those Tony Hawk games you bought me, Doc. Not the drilling equipment. Oversized cargo. There's a lot of cargo. Maybe I should play those on stream at some point. Maybe I should emulate some of the other Tony Hawks as well. It could be a fun time. Maybe not like full playthroughs, but, you know, just play some of the different Tony Hawks from throughout the years. I am quite fond of Tony Hawk's stories of how people see him IRL, telling him he looks like Tony Hawk, but not actually thinking he is. Oh, did we just have a physics glitch? Oh no, we didn't. It's one of these freaking stumps. Didn't see it. Come on, trailer. You got this. Oh, what are you caught on? I see what you're caught on. I'm gonna take it a little different this time. Hey, Spencer, welcome in. How you doing? You've come in for a rather EP stream. I was quite sleepy today, and I don't particularly know why. But I desired a game that would not require a considerable amount of brain power. So it's been kind of a just chatting stream almost. Oh, yep, we got an issue. Yep. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure out how to deal with that. I might have an idea. See if just reloading the area is my solution. Yep, that did it. Sometimes these signs and stuff, when you hit them, get stuck inside your truck, and it can very much inhibit your movement. But reloading the area will usually fix it. It's part of why me and Orange were complaining in here earlier about the fact that they put road barriers in the way, even after you've repaired the road. Because hitting those does destroy them, but it doesn't completely destroy them, and the pieces can absolutely wreck your truck. And it's extremely frustrating. Like, even without changing the physics, they could fix that by just making it so the feet break off too. Because the feet are what get you caught up. I have to wonder if they actually make any of these kinds of attachments for a Kenworth 963. Because once again, this is purely a oil field truck. That big old flatbed it has is pretty much the only thing it would actually need in what it's made for. And once again, this kind of truck would not be street legal in the US. Now, with like, from what I understand, they use trucks similar to this sometimes on the roads in the US for any kind of permit required cargo. Because when it's something like that, the size of the truck doesn't much matter. But I don't think the Kenworth specifically is something you would actually see in such an application. It's not something I know a lot about. I don't know any truckers really, and I don't know a lot about trucking, but I do not imagine you would actually see a Kenworth doing what it's doing right now. And it's funny because this is a map, this is a region that is dedicated towards oil, the oil industry, but it's still not any of the type of cargo you would actually see this thing carrying. Ooh. Gotta watch out with that ice. One reason I like to use the Kenworth, though, for missions like this, which would require torque more like what the Zix or the Kolob has, is because the saddle on the Kenworth is so high up, it helps with trailers like the Super Heavy that are low to the ground. Helps keep them from high centering. And that's a big deal, because this particular trailer constantly gets caught when you're trying to go down a hill or go over a bump, anything like that. And it can absolutely mess up your day. Whoa. Oh. It's fortunate that the trailers in this game do not have damage physics, because I would have absolutely just blown a tire or two right there and probably wrecked the suspension. As you can see, this trailer does not like going around corners, but with enough torque, you'll get it done. I don't know if it's a memory leak issue or what with this game, but I have noticed when I've started playing it around 4 or 5 hours, it starts to get a little more stuttery and lower FPS. And it certainly makes my computer pretty hot. But it's not horrible. It's manageable. I know it's not super well optimized. Case in point, very hard getting around that corner, but it's working. I don't really need fuel, so I'm not going to stop to get any. I forgot that there's 2 fuel stations in Mountain River. Quite convenient. It annoys me when I go to a map where I have to bring an actual fuel trailer out there to refuel. Only because if I spend a truly long time out there, I will have to replace the trailer at some point. Or not so much replace it, I'll have to go take the trailer to a fuel station to refuel it. That's just an annoying process. But at the same time, if you're really trying to go straight for completing an area, 100%ing it, you probably won't need to refuel it. You'll be done too quickly for that. At least if you get a big fuel trailer. If you get like a scout fuel trailer out there, yeah, you're probably going to have to refuel it. Okay, I'm going to have to try and make my arc even wider. There we go. I was recommended to use the highway transmission with this truck in particular, and it has been a good idea. It not only gets up to its speed easier, it also maintains higher speeds easier. And those extra options with low gear are of no real use with the Kenworth. So it was a good idea to put the highway transmission on it. As stupid as that sounds, considering there's no real highway driving in this game. And I don't know why there would be. The fact that highway trucks exist in the game at all is nonsensical. Like, there's one at the beginning you might use, only because you don't really have any other good options. And you don't even have you don't even have, like, mud tires or maybe even off-road tires yet at that point anyways. So you might as well. But, like, once you get out of that slump, or if you bought the Tatra dual power, yeah, the highway trucks are an absolute joke. And there's a bunch of them, is the crazy thing. There's multiple highway trucks, and they've even added more in DLCs, and it's like, why? Who's using these? If you get the Tatra dual pack with the game, which I always recommend to people because I don't quite like the way the base game progresses, you're never gonna use a highway truck at any point, unless you just want to intentionally make the game super hard on yourself. There's just no good reason to do it. Like, who thinks I'm gonna drive a regular old highway Ford CLT 9000 through this? Who thinks that? Now... I'm not even going to attempt that. I'm going to see if I can frickin' turn this thing around. I'm going to go back up towards the fuel station, then come back down. Yada yada. It is not going to be easy to turn around in this truck, though. I will just say that now. With this trailer, no. Well, let's see. Actually, I have an idea. Okay, wait. Let's straighten this out a bit. Let's straighten it out a bit. I might be able to pull this off. Just backing out. Nope, I'm doing this wrong. Let's try a little harder. That makes sense, but to me, I don't know if you ever got to the DLC regions, because once you get a little further in, even the Tatra is not sufficient for a lot of that. I mean, the Tatra can just barely make it by, even in areas like Amur. But honestly, when you get to the further DLC, it tends to be like, okay, no, it makes sense why they made these trucks so OP. Except for the most recent DLC. I've played season, I think it was season 8, 9, and 10. All of them were actually super freaking easy. Like, more so than the base game, and I don't know why. I was liking, like, when you go to Kola Peninsula the first season, it's way harder than any of the base games, and I loved that. And they stayed that way for a long time, until round about Tennessee, which I think was season 7. Where Tennessee was still fairly hard, but not as hard as the other DLC. This is gonna be hard. And then... Ooh, the Paystar 5700. It would be hard to do a lot of the base game in the Paystar. I used the Tatra for a really long time. I'm trying to remember when I replaced it. When I truly replaced it. I think when I got the Kolob, 74760, I think is the numbers. I stopped using the Tatra a little bit, and I just used trailers with the Kolob. But, this is gonna be hard. Oh, I might have screwed myself. Yeah. Oh, wait, nope. I maybe got this. Maybe. We're gonna try. Nope, no. Oh my. I think when I got the Kolob, I started using that a lot. But, then somebody informed me about the Zix 605R, which is honestly one of the most tedious trucks to get, although I managed to help another person figure out how to get that a lot quicker and easier than the painful process I went through. And that was, honestly, that is the best truck in the game for a lot of things. But then with Season 10, they released this truck, the Kenworth 963. And this thing is not quite as powerful or as good in mud as the Zix is, but it's so much more versatile. It is an absolute godsend. Oh, I got that frickin' stuck. Oh, let's see. Can I grab somewhere else now? I can. There we go. There we go. That's thinking with portals right there. But yeah, I'm only in the base game because I have over 300 hours in this game, but almost all of that was spent in other people's saves. So I was missing a lot of achievements, and I'm trying to get 100% of the achievements. And part of that's going to be completing every contract, trial, and mission in the game. So, in the base game. None of the achievements apply to the DLC, so luckily I only have to do this in the base game. I am going to go on after this, though, to start 100%ing the DLC, just for myself. Tennessee is probably going to be a massive slog, but luckily it's only one map. I've already done some of that map to get the trucks and upgrades in it. Tennessee was just a lot of their DLC are far more gimmicky nowadays because they're just trying to think up new ways to make each region unique. And Tennessee was one of their more extreme examples with them making it focused on racing. But the physics in this game do not lend themselves well to racing, and it's just not a very thrilling experience. So Tennessee is mostly a pretty boring region. Similarly, they did one region that was focused towards farming, but the game's mechanics are just not that great for a farming game. And that area was also kind of boring. I didn't do a lot of the actual proper missions in, I think it's Ontario, was Season 9? I'm gonna see, actually. Yeah, Ontario. I didn't do a lot of the proper missions. I know that one's focused on fighting a forest fire and doing like rescue operations afterwards and everything. So I haven't seen if they're interesting. I know that region is really easy to get around in though. And Season 10 is British. Wait, no, what was Season 10? Season 10's the furthest season I've done so far, and I haven't even finished getting all the upgrades and stuff there. Yeah, Season 10 is British Columbia, and it was a little better than Seasons 8 or 9 in terms of the difficulty of moving around, but it was still awfully easy. You get a pretty freaking big tractor out of Season 8, though, so that's kind of fun. Okay, this is all going to be a Pedro Bay, so we got... Let's see. So that's 10 units for the factory and the stock loading, and then 12 for the... if we got the metal beams with that. Okay. So, this is all going to Pedro Bay. I think... I have a theory, and I'm gonna test it out. I wanna say I can get 10 units of cargo on this truck, and I can absolutely carry all of that. Dang it, no I can't. I can't have the saddle and that. Wow, what a ripoff. So we gotta think. I mean, I can have the super heavy with this. Is there a way for me, other than towing another truck also with a trailer, is there a way for me to carry more than 8? Because that would be dope. Like, I would like to have a saddle. Obviously, that wouldn't work. That doesn't work. That obviously wouldn't work. Because I want to have more than 8 on there. I could have... It's gonna drive me nuts. Yeah. Heck. Maybe I'll just have to take 2. Well... Okay. Well, we're gonna take the Zix then, I think. We're gonna do 2 trips, unfortunately. We are gonna do 2 trips. So with the Zix, we're gonna get a ramped flatbed trailer while having this regular flatbed on it. We are going to get 2 concrete slabs and a thing of metal beams. Oh, wait, do I want to do it from here? Metal beams. Let me see if White Valley would actually be the best place to do this, because that's where the metal beams are, but getting to the concrete slabs, ooh, maybe this is not the region to be in. This may not be the region to be in. Well, let's see. I gotta get to Mountain River anyways, so let's see where these things are here. So concrete slabs right there. Metal beams right there. Okay, yeah, we'll go straight to Mountain River. From here, we will stop by those warehouses and get what we're missing. Now, theoretically, No, I think that would only work with trailers and cars. So with trailers and cars, if you set them on a flat surface on your vehicle, whether it be the flatbed or even the roof, like on the Zix, if I removed this roof rack and put a Jeep on that roof, I can actually pack it in like cargo. Which means you can have extra space beyond what your trailer would normally allow, but it's only for trucks and trailers. So you can do the same thing with like scout trailers or regular trailers technically, I think, but rarely will they actually fit on something well enough for you to do that. I used that before. Like, also there's that step up on the super heavy semi trailer. You can put a Jeep on that. That's how I did it before. I used the super heavy semi trailer with a couple of collabs, and I would put Jeeps on the roofs of the collabs and on that step up on the trailers, and then I'd fill the trailers up with 8 units of cargo, and then I would tow the other collab with its trailer and Jeeps for a total of hauling 4 Jeeps plus another collab plus 16 units of cargo. It was possible to move like that, but barely. It was not an effective means of carrying cargo, but it is technically possible. 16 units of cargo and 5 trucks. And with the advent of the Kenworth, I want to see if I can actually potentially make it more than that. Because that would be hilarious. I don't think so, seeing that I can't put a flatbed on with a high saddle, but it would be awesome. I was talking about this earlier, and I know there's not a ton of utility in these purposes. It'd mainly be only good for scout vehicles. I just wish they'd add in the physics to properly make tracked vehicles in the game. It would be fun. Maybe a little pointless, but it would be fun. There will probably be some good uses for it. I remember in Spin Tires there was a mod to add in a bulldozer, but all they did was they put the track, like a tracks model on it, but the tracks were actually just a series of like 20 invisible tires on either side, so it really wasn't the same thing. I'm gonna be happy when I get to the Yukon and I can actually use my 770G for the missions it's meant for. Because I've never really had much use for it. It would be more useful if it had all-wheel drive. It has diff lock, but it only has rear-wheel drive. And I would have loved to get to drive that more, just because, you know, giant freaking dump truck. That's awesome. The 745C has a good few uses. Oh, one thing I had to test out at some point is the Kenworth may actually be able to replace the 745C, and the one thing it's good at. In the first season DLC, that added Kola Peninsula, they added breakable ice, and it only goes to a certain depth, no matter where you see it, the breakable ice. And that's not enough depth to drown your truck, but the ice is still pretty deep, and your truck will get stuck in it and won't be able to move. But the Cat 745C can continue moving through it very slowly, but it can continue moving through it without stopping. And this was very useful in a murder. Where am I going? Oh, I know. But supposedly, the Kenworth might also be able to do that, and the Kenworth has a lot more utility than the 745C, which is limited to a fuel add-on and a short logs add-on, I think. Maybe medium logs? But that's not that great. Because it also doesn't have a trailer hitch, so it can't pull any trailers. But the Kenworth can practically do it all. So if the Kenworth can make it through ice like that, it is truly the dominant vehicle right now. And the crazy thing is Reddit, because that was the only place I could find with any information on the Kenworth, really. Any good information. But Reddit is convinced the Kenworth is a bad truck. The Kenworth, because of its versatility, and in regards to pure stats, it's not better than the Zix. It doesn't have as much torque. It doesn't have as much grip. It's very large, which, like I said, is good for the high saddle, but it's actually bad for getting through tight spaces and everything, obviously. And all of that is true, but it has so many more add-ons. As well as being so long, it can have the extended versions of a few of the add-ons, that it more than makes up for it. And their complaints of it not having enough torque are really just complaints about it not having high enough speed. Because it has good torque. It doesn't have the best, but it has good torque. It doesn't tend to get stuck anywhere. It doesn't tend to stall out on hills or anything like that. It just is going to take a little bit of time getting there sometimes. Which anything with a diff lock that's not always on is going to be worse about that, because you have to go into low gear just to turn on your diff lock. Like the 745C that is that way. That's why I save it mainly for breakable ice. It's nonsensical complaints, but what should I expect of Reddit? Okay, we need metal beams there. And then we need 2 concrete slabs on the trailer. I can be as rough as I want with the trailer right now. There's not any cargo on it to flip off of it. Although, it doesn't seem like I'm going to have to be that rough. That is the one nice thing about these articulated trailers. Doing a 180 is a lot more easy with these things. I mean, it's not a big deal with some of the smaller saddle-based trailers, but usually when I'm using a saddle, I'm getting a very big trailer. Yeah, now let's go up the road. Besides, I want that fuel. I will say this, out of the scouts, the Ford F-750 is actually kind of fun to drive. It's just not the best scout out there. It can go a good distance because it can have additional jerry cans packed onto it compared to other scouts. And it doesn't use a ton of fuel like the Tatran does. But it doesn't actually have access to mud tires. Now, it has special off-road tires that are better on mud than normal off-road tires, but still not as good as actual proper mud tires. So it has a bad habit of getting stuck. You can get pretty much anywhere with it, and it's very lightweight compared to the Tatran. But it is not the best option, but it is fun to drive. Not when you first get it, though, and I think this is the problem with some of the people at the Kenworth, is they think you're going to see amazing results when you just get the truck stock and don't do anything with it. But the Ford F-750, when you first get it, is possibly the worst scout in the game. But there's a bunch of upgrades hidden around Kola Peninsula, which is where you get the truck from. And if you get all those upgrades and you equip them on there, the Ford F-750 is not a bad truck. Trailer, not small pipes, we need concrete slabs. There we go. You're loaded up. Autobots roll out. Yeah, and there's no way I finish this mission in the time I have left, but that's okay. I've actually made a ton of progress. When I get to the top of this hill, or when I get to the next region, I'm going to check. I'm pretty close to 100%ing Alaska. I'm not quite there. The time trials will take no time at all, but I did save them for last just because I find time trials annoying. Orange suggested to me to use the Bandit, which may not be a bad idea. We'll see how I feel about it. The Bandit is certainly faster than some of the normal things I use, although I don't need to get the gold on these time trials. The bronze, which actually doesn't have any time limit. Yeah, I could take an hour on any of these time trials and I'd still get bronze. The bronze is all you actually need to technically get a mission complete on the time trials and be able to move on from that. And that's all I really care about, is completing them, because I don't enjoy the time trials. So it's not something I'm like really wanting to do super good at. Let's see my percentage. I'm at 81% on Alaska, which is not a significant change from the last time I checked. But these contracts will take a bit of time, and I probably won't get a high percentage from it, because that's really just the total number of tasks I've completed. But when I get through these last contracts, which I think there are this one and 2 more, then it's just basically the time trials and a few tasks here in Pedro Bay, which all of those will take pretty much no time at all. The only annoying thing about Pedro Bay is neither of the maps with garages in them directly connect to Pedro Bay. You have to go through Mountain River, which does not have a garage, but it's not a huge deal. So we are going to have to stop at each of the 3 locations here. I'm thinking I'm just going to follow the road till I get over there. Yeah. I basically have to circle this whole map, but that's okay. And then I can just use a regular flatbed to get the cement. Although I'll look what's in the next stage, because it might be preferable. It might be preferable to grab some of the stuff for the next phase of this mission before heading out. So I'm going to look at that and make sure. Now that I think about it, I could have carried all this on the super heavy semi-trailer. I'm a dumb. That's 8 units total of cargo. What a fool I am. I don't know why I miscounted that. I should have just used the super heavy semi-trailer, then I could have knocked this out in one trip. I did not do the math skill. Which, that's basic edition, so I don't know what that says about me. I know what that says about me, I just didn't want to say it out loud. This isn't too bad, it's just time consuming. There we go. There goes one of the concrete slabs. Here's the question. Yes, this would absolutely be the preferable way to go. So we are turning right here. Just got to drive through a little water on top of some rocks. No biggie. Honestly, they tried to make spots like this seem really intimidating, but the fact that it's solid rock means you don't have to worry about getting stuck in it, which makes it much better than normal mud patches. Oh no, I need to keep going that way. I do not know what they're... I guess this is probably a concrete slab. Yeah, this is concrete slab. Next will be this metal beams, and in fact, I can just get rid of this trailer now. Make my life easier. Carrying just a single unit of metal beams at this point is absolutely nothing. Almost feels like cheating. Yes, sir. I am still trucking. Not for much longer. I've almost hit my time. But I've made a lot of progress, although I'm in a massive mission right now, so I don't even expect to change my percentage at all, because I'm not going to complete this mission in the time I have left. But, yeah, still trucking. Absolutely. You know how it is. You can't see it, but inside, the driver has Nikki on his phone on the dash right now. Only driving with one hand. And playing the game with 0 hands. I put a toilet seat on my Harley Davidson so I can drop my log while I crank my hog. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, now I do want to actually let's see with this mission, because there is another phase at least. Okay, there's one more phase. Oh, interesting. It doesn't show the progress I've already made until I complete the phase. Okay, so we have 2 units of cargo. And then that right there is going to put us at 6. I might be able to fit all of this on one trailer. I'm going to try. I have to see, though, whether cargo containers take up 2 slots or... whether they take up 2 slots or whether they take up 1. Because if they take up 2 slots, then no, I can't do it on one trailer. Ports. Cargo container. You know what? I'm just going to look it up. That's not what I'm looking for. Cargo container. Dang it. Dang it. Okay. No. So I'm just going to grab these 2 cement while I'm here, and then we'll just head back. Frick. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna drive back from here to the spot in Mountain River, and then bring it back. Yeah, if I hadn't been a dumb, I could have completed this phase with one trailer. That's okay. I honestly don't think if I had started the 3rd phase, I would have gotten the trailer of all that stuff to White Valley in time anyways. I mean, there's no law against me extending the stream, but I am pretty eepy. And I do have work tomorrow. And then my weekend. This way? Yes. Work tomorrow, though, will probably be very easy. Work today. Really, work this whole week has been quite easy. First because of the cold snap, and then just because right now nothing's broken. Well, nothing's broken that they're willing to pay for us to fix. Because that's part of the problem. On this campus I work at, there's a lot of things that are broken. They're just not willing to pay for the parts for us to fix almost any of them. And then the things they do have us fix, they have us fix with subpar parts that aren't actually suited for the purpose. And then just break again a few months later. Well, what's funny, none of this has to do with the electrical grid, because I'm not a lineman. I'm not a lineman, so this has nothing to do with ERCOT. It's just this campus in particular are absolute cheapskates, and so they've got just a ton of stuff around campus. Not even just electrical stuff. You've got plumbing and gas stuff broken. You've got other mechanical stuff broken. And they just won't pay to fix any of it. And the thing is, as these things pile up, they get closer and closer to breaking down major systems that are going to be even more expensive to fix than if they'd just paid their guys to fix the stuff to begin with. Heck, there is a light pole that somebody hit on campus, frickin' broke it off of the base. Yeah, and it's not even just getting cold. The ballard lights they have outside aren't rated for the regular weather, like rain and stuff. Hey, Lunady, welcome in. Hope you had a good sleep. Today is just an EP stream. I was kind of sleepy at work today, so I'm playing Snowrunner, a very chill game that I can just let my mushed out brain deal with. But the ballards outside, they can't even handle the rain over an extended period of time. And it's like, it may not get this cold very often, but it rains a lot in this part of Texas, so we have to replace all the bulbs in them every 6 months. They're supposed to last way freaking longer than that. And those ballards are also beaten to heck. Some of them are like a 45-degree angle. Yeah, basically. And my boss told them when they bought those, he was like, these are not what you need. This is not made for this purpose. We need to put something else out here. And they're like, we're going to put them in anyways. Similarly, we have some sump pumps for the manholes for when they get flooded with water. Well, the ones they put in there are not suited for that purpose. They put new sump pumps in 6 months ago, and we just had to replace all of them because freaking the ones they put in suck, and the ones they gave us are not right either. So these ones are gonna break relatively soon too. But what can you do? It's not like we're buying their parts for them. But it is funny, because I would be a lot more busy man in my day-to-day if they actually got the stuff they were supposed to. And honestly, I wouldn't think that's all that bad. Sitting in the van for long periods of time is kind of boring. Yeah, that's the thing, is they just gotta... It's not even about paying me, it's just that they have to buy the parts. They're paying me already, that's the thing. I'm contracted to this campus. They're paying me. They are paying me to sit on my butt, because they won't pay for the parts I need to fix their stuff. But I can't complain too much. I can't complain too much. I'm enjoying it more than I enjoyed construction. I will say that. And that's mainly because I don't have to run pipe. Most of the time. I do wish my boss didn't insist on us starting work at 5:30 a.m. Because that's not a required thing or anything. It's not required by the college. It's not required by my company. That's just something he wanted to do. And honestly, I'm not fond of it. I did like, I don't know that I want to be an engineer, but... I'm an engineer. I solve problems. Not problems like, what is beauty? As that would fall under your purview of philosophy. No, I solve practical problems. Yeah, I know why he does it. I know why he does it. It's because we get there so early in the morning that way that pretty much none of the staff are on site, so he can kind of just answer a few emails and then just sit for like an hour before anybody gets in. And then even then, most of the people aren't there at 7 either. A lot of them get in at 8. So it's basically he wants to sit on his butt, but I kind of want some things to do. Especially because I'm still a pretty early apprentice. Yeah. I'm still a pretty early apprentice, and I want to learn new things. I want to learn new things. There's a lot of things I don't know how to do. Or even things that I'm just not that good at. Also, just waking up at 5:30 freaking sucks. It would be easier to correct my sleep schedule if I could sleep in till 7 a.m. like I was before I got here. Well, not sleep till 7 a.m. Start work at 7 a.m. That was kind of the sweet spot for me. I think that 7 a.m. to 3:30 was a nice sweet spot for me. I don't like the 9 to 5. I actually like getting home earlier than 5 o'clock. But 7 to 3:30, that was the sweet spot for me. I liked that. Although honestly, 9 to 5 wouldn't be that bad, just because a lot of my friends at this point are people who have jobs that allow them to wake up quite a bit later, and they end up staying up later too. So it's like more convenient times for me to hang out with people happens to be pretty late at night. Yeah, 5:30 a.m. and that's the thing. I have to be on the clock at 5:30 a.m. I wake up at 4:30 a.m. That is... It's brutal. It's brutal. Like, it's good that I am a morning person to begin with, so I can handle it. I just don't like having to handle it. I should be able to finish phase 2 in the time I have left. So I got that going for me. I don't plan to make Snowrunner streams a regular thing. I know the person I'm about to raid, Imitation Orange, is considering it. But personally, I'm probably not going to stream Snowrunner regularly. But I do love this game. I love co-op in this game as well. Most of my hours in Snowrunner have been playing co-op, which is also why I've barely progressed my own save beyond getting upgrades and trucks. And the thing is, I've been a fan of this series since Spin Tires came out, and that was, I want to say that was at least 10 years ago. Spin Tires was very basic compared to this. Yeah, Orange and I, Orange and I have played a little co-op. This truck I'm using, actually, this truck I'm using right now is one of the hardest trucks to get in the game. And I helped Orange get it over a period of 4 hours. It took us 4 hours from entering the region this truck is in to getting the truck. And that is like practically a speed run to getting this truck. It is very tedious to get in a very annoying way. Okay, let's recover this. Back to White Valley. Although I'll probably want to take it to Northport next time I get on here. Okay, with that said, I think we shall call it here for the day. Thank you, everybody, for coming by. It has been a nice, chill stream. This was very easy on my half-dead brain. We are going to go and raid Imitation Orange. I know she is playing Xenogears today, which was a game she had started a while back, but hadn't gone back and finished just yet. She was pondering whether she would finish it on stream for quite a while. So, let me get that raid ready. Go. Imitation Orange. There we go. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I'll be back on Sunday at the usual time. I have not yet made a raid message, but I'm probably going to do that tomorrow. I will see you all later. Let's hit it.